motions
I'm going to
before?
rule on the motion, but I just didn't know. I know y'all said that counsel was going to be
I
there.
saw Mr. Marchant going through security this morning.
Okay, well, that's fine, that's fine. Let me get organized up here. Hope everybody got a good evening. You up? One of the first things I wanted to just cover before we start getting into my ruling pertains to the media. And I did look at things, and again, like yesterday, I told you that I wanted to make sure that everybody in the media had looked at my order and that they would abide by it. One of the issues or questions that I keep getting is, can we report contemporaneously, or does the 30-minute delay that is in my order, does that pertain to that? And I thought about it, and I will allow you to report. I don't think I can prevent you from reporting on that. Everything else in the order does stand. I don't think I specifically really addressed that point, but I just wanted to clarify that because I think there's been a lot of questions about that. I am concerned, though, I do not want people coming in and out flurry. I don't need distractions for the jury. Okay? I think that will be the last time that we address anything pertaining to the media. But again, I'm thankful that you're here, and our courts are open to the media. All right. I've spent a considerable amount of time looking at case law, these excellent briefs that have been presented to me, your oral arguments, and I am going to grant the state's motion, amended motion in limine, and I'm going to exclude any reference to child pornography involving the victim, her juvenile daughter, I think it's AMP, or Bradley Post. So I'm going to be excluding that, and that also includes the cross-examination of Mr. Post. I will get into that in a moment. I know that we've talked with counsel as far as your ability to do a proffer, and he's going to be coming in for a in-camera hearings shortly. I find that it is not relevant under Rule 401 or 2. This evidence has no tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to this murder more or less likely. It will not assist the jury at arriving at the truth of this murder. The question is, did the defendant commit this murder? And that's the only issue. The child pornography is not relevant, and even if so, I would exclude it under Rule 403 because the probative value is significantly outweighed by, and I know normally we jump to unfair prejudice, and that is part of it, but I would focus on confusion of the issues and misleading the jury. If at some point it does become relevant, then that certainly could be revisited. And again, even if it were found to be relevant, which I don't think it is, it does not come in pertaining to Post under 608C for bias. I know that y'all, that was your argument. Certainly you're going to be protected in proffering, but Mr. Post, he's going to stand, or he's going to have his day in court, and he's going to have to, but he is not, he's not pled, and he's not been tried yet. He's not a co-defendant. He's not an eyewitness to the actual crime. He basically found the body of his girlfriend, fiance, and he's going to be here testifying under subpoena. And it's my understanding he's testifying to finding the body, reporting the murder, which is corroborated by the 911 phone call, and the investigator. The victim was his girlfriend, and he is a victim of harassment. He does have serious charges against him, but these are pending again, and he's innocent until he's proven guilty, and he will have a trial. Also, The Attorney General's office will handle this trial, not the Greenville Solicitor's office. He's not a cooperating witness. He's not providing any type of inculpatory, I guess, evidence linking the defendant to the crime. So they're not offering him in any way to like I said, to inculpate the defendant and of any type of wrongdoing or indication of guilt. I also looked at the State v. Smith, State v. Mitchell, State v. and I can't pronounce this, Beesry or whatever, Pradubsri, and I don't find that the bias issues that were in those cases are in play here. I also reviewed, I think it's Delaware versus something. I think it's Van something, but
Artisan.
Thank you. Defense can ask Mr. Post if he has any pending charges, but not go into the specific charges. Certainly on the proffer, there will be certain allowance, but I do have the right to impose a limit on the scope of defense counsel's cross-examination and not violate the confrontation clause. And that would be under the another wonderful hard pronunciation, but the Friedrich, F-R-E-I-T-E-K-H case. Also, it would be consistent with Rule 611A. Okay. And I don't think I have anything else to add to that. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. So your wish now is to allow Brad Post to offer his testimony? And for the record, Your Honor, what is the purpose of his proffering? So to allow the defense a cross-examination?
Yeah,
pertaining to
and
the
you're
ruling
going
that you just made?
to ask the questions that you're going to ask. Even though I know that you've indicated that you did not feel that was necessary, but I think that allows them to have cross-examination on that. Counsel for Mr. Post will be here. I will have to, I guess, rule if he does assert the Fifth Amendment, then I'll have to rule at that time under whether or not it's just facially prejudicial to him, or if somehow in a chain of events it could, be something improper to be used. Okay, but they still have the right in proffer to ask it to protect the record. Limited. Thanks.
And that's in conjunction with your ruling, Your Honor?
Huh?
Their cross-examination under this proffer still needs to be in conjunction with your ruling?
Well, the proffer, I'm going to allow them to at least ask what he has been arrested for, but that will not be asked to the jury. They can ask him, obviously, that he's here under arrest. When they do the in-camera, or when we do the in-camera, I'm going to have counsel for Mr. Post. I'm just going to ask them to sit over here. Mr. Marchant, you're here.
Morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you you got your other cohorts?
I'm ready to go.
Okay. Anybody else coming?
Mr. Ariel should be here shortly.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we just need to wait until he's here. Anything else, Solicitor?
No. Thank you, Your Honor, for that clarification.
Anything from defense? Did y'all?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think Mr. Marchant said we can proceed without Mr. Ariel, if that's okay with Your Honor.
No, that's perfectly fine. I just wanted to be
Looking
sure.
at the timeline, I know the jury will be here at 10, and if we can get through this, hopefully start this trial.
That'd be nice.
All right. You can bring up Mr. Post.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Appreciate you being here. We're going to,
I need to swear him in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was waiting for Cheryl to get the
I'm
exhibits.
sorry.
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
good morning again. We're here, there's no jury here. So the purpose of these proceedings is to present your testimony so the judge can hear it, and the defense counsels will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. Nothing from the state.
Nothing from the defense.
Counsel, as I have previously, in the words of Judge Pyle, these are opening statements, not arguments, counsel. Okay. Bring them in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for promptly being here. I appreciate it. I had legal matters that I had to take up with the attorneys in this matter. And again, I just want to thank you for your patience and thank you for your service. Can you please swear the jury?
Please stand and raise your right hand. The correct response to the oath is I will. You shall well and truly try the case 2022 GS 232194, the state versus Zachary David Hughes, indicted for murder and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, 2024 GS 235425A for burglary first degree, 5412 for harassment, and 5413 for conspiracy, and a true verdict rendered according to the law and the evidence, so help you God. I will. I will. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now the jury in this case, and I'll take a few minutes to tell you something about your duties as jurors and give you some instructions. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on the law, and those instructions will control your deliberations. The criminal case has been brought by the state of South Carolina, and I will sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is represented in this trial by Solicitor Walter Wilkins and Jake Hofert. The defendant is represented by his attorneys, Mark Moyer and Andrew Moorman. The defendant has been charged by the state with murder possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary first degree, harassment, and conspiracy. The charges against Zachary David Hughes are contained in the respective indictments. The indictment is simply the description of the charges against Zachary David Hughes. It is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges and denies committing the crime. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless all of you unanimously find that the state has proven his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. South Carolina law makes the jury the finder of facts. You 12 alone are the finders of facts, and it will be your duty to decide from the evidence what the facts are. You will hear the evidence, decide what the facts are, and then apply those facts to the law I give you at the close of this case. That is how you will reach your verdict. In doing so, you must follow that law, whether you agree with it or not. The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other items received into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or stipulate. The same law that makes you 12 the finder of the facts makes me the judge of the law, and our rules of evidence control what can be received into evidence. When a lawyer asks a question or offers an exhibit into evidence and a lawyer on the other side thinks it's not permitted by the rules of evidence, that lawyer may object, and that simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of evidence. South Carolina law forbids a trial judge from making a comment to a jury about a fact in a case. Therefore, because it may be necessary for me to comment on a fact in applying our rules of evidence, it may be necessary for me to talk with the lawyers out of your hearing by having a bench conference while you are present in the courtroom or by excusing you from the courtroom. The purposes of these conferences is to decide how certain evidence is to be treated under the rules of evidence and to avoid confusion and error. I ask you, be patient during these breaks. Certain things are not in evidence. Statements, arguments, questions, and comments by lawyers representing the parties in the case are not evidence. Objections are not evidence. Lawyers have a duty to their clients to object when they believe something is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the objection. If I sustain an objection, you must ignore the question or exhibit and must not try to guess what the answer might have been or the exhibit might have contained. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be admitted, but do not give it special attention because of the objection. Testimony that I strike from the record or tell you to disregard is not evidence and must not be considered. Anything you see or hear about this case outside this courtroom is not evidence unless I specifically tell you otherwise during the trial. Finally, some of you may have heard the terms direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, that is, it is proof of one or more facts from which one can find or infer another fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. In deciding what the facts are, you may have to decide what testimony you believe and what testimony you do not believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. In deciding what to believe, you may consider a number of factors, including the following: the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testifies to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness has an interest in the outcome of the case or any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness is contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial or by other evidence, and lastly, how reasonable the witness's testimony is when considered in light of other evidence which you believe. It is my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible. But once the testimony is admitted, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. To ensure fairness, you as jurors must not talk among yourselves about this case
or about anyone involved with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial is ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you're a juror, but do not tell them anything about the case or discuss it until after you have been discharged as a juror. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report it to me immediately. During the trial, do not talk with or speak to any of the parties, lawyers, or witnesses involved in this case. You should not even pass the time of day with any of them. It is important not only that you do justice in this case, but that you also give the appearance of doing justice. If a person from one side of the case sees you talking to a person from the other side, even if it is simply to pass the time of day, an unwarranted and unnecessary suspicion about your fairness might be aroused. If any lawyer, party, or witness does not speak to you when you pass in the hall, ride, the elevator, or the like, it is because they are not supposed to talk to you or visit with you pursuant to my instructions. Do not read any news stories or articles, watch TV about this case or about anyone involved with it, or listen to any radio or television reports, podcast, anything of the like about this case, any social media, or about anyone involved with it. Do not do any research on the internet about anything in the case or consult blogs or dictionaries or other reference materials, and do not make any investigation about this case on your own. This is your duty as the jurors in this case. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to discuss this case with your fellow jurors. Keep an open mind until then. I'm often asked about note-taking. You are not able to take notes during the trial of this case, and the reason is that I want you to pay close attention to each witness as he or she testifies and not be fixated on taking copious notes. The first step in the trial will be the opening statements. The state in its opening statement will tell you about the evidence that it intends to put before you so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is going to be. Just as the indictment is not evidence, neither is the opening statement evidence. Its purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will try to prove. And after the state's opening statements, defendant's attorney may, if he chooses, make an opening statement, and at this point in the trial, no evidence has been offered by either side. Next, the state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The state's evidence in this case will consist of the testimony of witnesses and may include documents and other exhibits. I remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and the state must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant does not have to prove his innocence. After you have heard all the evidence on both sides, the state and the defense will each be given time for their final arguments. I just told you that the opening statement by the lawyers are not evidence, and the same applies to the closing arguments. They are not evidence. In their closing arguments, the lawyers for each side will attempt to summarize and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decisions. I will inform you when you can begin deliberating. It is your added duty, Ms. Foreperson, to preside in the jury room and be the jury spokesperson here in court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of the case. We will now begin the trial. State.
Your Honor, may it please the court.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walt Wilkins, and myself, along with Jake Hofreth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge, you're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. And so we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's very important. She is taking down everything that we're saying, recorded, so we can have a record of this entire case at its conclusion. And so that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review. This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you will get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher than the rest of us. And there's a reason for that, because he is the referee in this case. And he's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is. And when one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, the rules are officiated by the judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you. As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. You'll hear different kinds of evidence, as the judge said. You'll hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence could be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and there are footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time. Even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time. It's very powerful, circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did in fact murder Christina Parcell. And you have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad. And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Cambridge neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, an effort to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, they came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. And he committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, the defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you.
Which is your right. State. All right, Your Honor. The state calls Sarah Young.
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Young,
Ms. Young, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the 911 tape research analyst.
All right, and what is a 911 tape research analyst?
Essentially, we pull 911 calls for the solicitor's office and the officers.
And so how does 911 operate?
Essentially, when a 911 call comes into dispatch, dispatch determines whether or not which agency the caller is needing. So whether or not they need police, fire, EMS, they'll get information from the caller, and they'll transfer them to the proper agency.
And are the calls recorded?
Yes.
And when do they begin recording the call?
Automatically. As soon as someone calls in a 911, it automatically starts recording.
So while it's ringing on, say, the caller's side, it's recording on your side?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And do y'all maintain all of those records?
Yes, sir.
Inside the 911 office?
Yes, sir.
And are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is this?
That is a recording of the 911 call.
All right. I'm referring, is this a recording of a 911 call on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And do you have your records up there?
Yes, sir.
To help you remember?
Yes, sir.
It was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That it was.
So, do you know about what time this call came in?
The call came in at 11 a.m.
At 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what number called it?
Yes, sir.
What number called it?
The number we have recorded is 864-436-2499.
And do you know who was calling? Does it tell you?
The caller did not give his name.
Caller did not give his name.
No.
And do you know what address that it was? He was calling for.
Yes, sir. The address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Okay. Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, State's number 7 comes into evidence.
Your Honor, the State would like to publish it.
Emergency. 122 Canebrake Drive. AJ Police Fire EMS. I'm sorry? I think I might have a death. Okay, let me connect you. I walked in my fiance's house. She wouldn't answer my call. There's a very weird smell, and I can't get her to come around. Okay, let me. Laid all over the floor. Let me connect you to EMS there. Hold on just a moment. All right. Fire. What's the address of the emergency? 122 Canebrake Drive. 122 Canebrake Drive. And what's another street? Your Canebrake Drive? I don't know. Southeast Drive. Okay. In Greer? Yes. All right. The phone number you're calling. I'm sorry? The phone number you're calling from? 864-436-2499. 864-436-2499. And has anyone tested positive for COVID-19 or been exposed to COVID-19 positive? No. Negative assessment. I just walked in, I can't reach my fiance, I came in the back door, she couldn't have been here. I smelled some weird smell, and it looks like she's flat out on the floor. Okay, you smell a weird smell, and she's flat on the floor? Yes. Okay, just one moment. Is she breathing? No. Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. Do you have something to put over her nose and mouth? And we're going to start CPR, sir. Okay, I think she's gone. You think she's gone? Yeah. Okay. And what makes you think she's gone? You want to put in the CPR? I'm sorry? What do I do? Well, wait, we're going to put flat on her back, and then I'm going to walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that. It looks like there's brain matter everywhere. There's brain matter everywhere? It looks like somebody shot me about the hell. Somebody had shot her? Okay. All right. All right. Do you think that she's not viable? I don't think so. Okay. So tell me why you think she's dead. So she won't respond. Eyes are open. Okay. All right. There's a lot of blood. And a lot of blood. Okay. Yeah, anyway, the flowers look like somebody must have come here. Uh-huh. And sunglasses were knocked off, it looks like in the hallway. Okay. But the smell is very... Okay. All right, give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broke in and shot her in the head. Me? I don't know. Okay, I understand. Okay. I'm sorry, say it again. I've got some people coming, sir. Do you see anybody still nearby, an assailant or anything? No?
No.
All right. The front door was locked? Okay. Yes.
And then I came down and smelled this weird smell.
Right.
And I walked in, I could see there's like a raised floor.
Yes. Okay. I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll say exactly what to do next. Make sure to not move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yes.
And if you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way, wait for the paramedics and the police at the front of the house. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yes.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know. But I'd go back out the same way that you came in.
Okay.
And leave everything as you found it.
Yeah, I think it's similar. I don't think it's similar on I'm going to leave it on.
Yeah, it's okay. Leave it. Just however it is right now. Just walk out and you can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing really, really, really smell.
Oh, really weird.
Yeah, almost chemical.
Like a gas or a chemical?
Yeah.
More like a gas smell?
No, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I could do for you, sir?
No.
All right. I've got them all coming.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Sir, this is the sheriff's office.
Is that the recording of your tree from 911?
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Cross-examination.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Young, you stay.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to be excused.
They be excused. Okay.
Your Honor, the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Master Deputy.
The Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls.
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Canebrake neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911 and I responded to that address.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the canebrake?
A couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you
Absolutely. Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded license siren.
So, what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact-
122 canebrake?
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so, what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, trying to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived home or arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, it was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out. But we cleared the residence. I located Ms. Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face, her neck area.
All right, I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to take you back a little bit now. When you get out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was a Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
And about where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about, or he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so, your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Ms. Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly?
Correct.
That day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those are your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, is this your body camera that you were wearing that day?
Yes, sir.
When you made a call to 122 canebrake?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit A comes into evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show you this body camera, and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene, to 122 canebrake.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And there was a red one behind it, I believe. All right. Is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with, and we're just kind of, I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what.
Are you gathering
like,
information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time he talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't, there's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like there was, she was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here, the side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked. We had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the door being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other is going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing a house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also to make sure there's no one else inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well.
So where is Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the house.
So where did you just see right there?
Miss Parcell's body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared kind of behind him, up to him, and then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point, so the big areas where somebody could hide.
Just continue to clear the house?
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out, we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
And is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into?
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life. If we needed to render any kind of medical aid. Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now are y'all exiting
The back door.
the back door? So it's about. So did you cut your body camera off about that time? Or let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things?
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved the best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him, or anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. In a sports coat, nice slacks.
He'll just answer any questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, please, the court. Just curious, Deputy Brunson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. You testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to the audio. The whole video and audio is in.
Overruled. You can ask that.
So, if I remember correctly, yeah. I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a Deputy Dan Bevel, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly?
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was. You know, he was the first one to find her, so standard procedure just to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive to speak with him.
And at the time, isn't it true that well, strike that. 1 second here. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect?
No redirection.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Bradley Post.
Can counsel approach real quick?
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
And does Christina have a daughter?
Yes.
And what is her name?
Aida Mello.
And did you get to know Aida Mello?
Yes.
And do you know who the father
Yes.
of Aida is?
Yes.
And who is that?
John Mello.
And were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she'd just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Canebrake Drive.
Is that 122 Canebrake?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Rivoli Lane?
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. But yes.
Did y'all communicate?
Yes.
Between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Canebrake?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her
Yes.
child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
And do you know about when that was? And if you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April,
Okay.
whatever that works out to be.
And as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to attain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes.
How did she do that?
Through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children who've been
That's correct.
taken abroad?
Yes.
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
Yes.
And so, do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May time frame of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview, and
She is Christina Parcell?
Yes, Christina Parcell had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up, and she was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me, and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
As far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what did you do?
Generic things, common things around the house. Had to clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock, plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car.
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes.
When you drove over there, where did you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked, and I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people there.
And the door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went through the front door. No, they might have gone to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter
Yes.
the house?
Yes.
Okay. So you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Mello was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right. Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you sort of back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to stand this way. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again. I think
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return address is a P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that?
It's also my P.O. box.
And when about was it mailed to you? June 30th?
June 30th.
Okay. Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because of the contents inside.
All right. Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell, and if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On State's Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3. Another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
I'm 24, it's 25, it was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And State's Exhibit 5? Is that another envelope?
Yes.
And what is the address there?
My address.
And the return address is?
My P.O. box.
And State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What address is that one?
It's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney, and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes.
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
Yes.
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
Yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
Well, we thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello?
That's John Mello?
Yes.
And that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Aida Mello?
Yes.
Now, finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever corresponded him with, in any way, shape, or form, through email, social media, or the like?
No.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney set a meeting to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcell were engaged.
Yes,
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
No.
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
No.
Mr. Post, if you could just answer any questions that the defense counsel has for you.
Thank you, Honor. So, Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. You don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. Ask you about some background questions about yourself. So, how old are you?
69,
What is your date of birth?
12856,
And where are you from?
Ohio.
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were
time?
you married?
Yes.
And how many times have you been married?
Twice.
Do you have any children?
No.
Okay. How were you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so it was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I kept 20 years prior.
Okay. And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks, and that was it.
Okay. And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry, and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I didn't even hear her name.
And then you began dating at this time. Now, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
Okay. And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mello. Correct?
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Okay, prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcell, you did not
Correct.
know Ms. Mello. Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times would you say you broke up?
I really don't know many.
Okay, more than 5?
Maybe not. Somewhere I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Mello?
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life, so it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There was multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. And how long had you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Aida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Okay, where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay, and the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
Okay. And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
You lived there alone. I guess there was one exception then when Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Aida returned?
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
Okay. When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. And did you remember getting engaged at least for the second time at the airport, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Aida?
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. Some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was at the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Aida?
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken, or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the Bank of Travelers Rest?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
So, this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You could see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see. It was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also that you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on so the clone phone was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. So like I said, she had 2 phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of thing?
Call, text, email.
Okay, do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen, and so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Okay. And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes,
And she gave up custody to John Mello?
that's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes.
And around how old was Ida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody,
No, when she, I think you already told us that Ida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
yes.
How old was Ida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time, I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah.
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
Yes.
of 21.
Yes.
And they were in the canebrake house at that point?
I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
But not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Parcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
No objection. It's outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes.
Okay.
But that didn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know the court's exonerated him for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Okay, well, I'm talking about in South Carolina. So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcell took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back, correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills, and I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
From times when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks,
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
and Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time?
Yes.
And then the second time she went back by herself,
Correct.
and that's when she returned with Aida, and then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages.
State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. This was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first. But where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I frequented.
Okay. And that was a cigar bar called Outlands?
Yes.
Okay. The contents of that have been described, you described as some photographs of Ms. Parcell.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was like a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website, purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at that time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when?
What are you referring to her past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
Well, I'm talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you were told?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the contents of it?
No.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent?
Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
One moment, please. May we approach? Sure. Nothing else for this witness at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
This witness may step down.
May it please the court, we just want to have this witness remain under subpoena. We have a
subpoena?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Joselyn McKinnis.
All right, Ms. McKinnis, with who are you employed?
Right now with Fetch Pet Insurance.
And what did you do back in October of 2021?
I was working at Valley Walk Animal Hospital as practice manager.
And what does a practice manager do?
Just manages day-to-day operations, hiring, firings, inventory, stuff like that.
And where is that practice located?
In Greer, South Carolina.
And on October 13th, 2021, did you have the occasion to interview Christina Parcell?
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30 that morning.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage, verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So, so the actual interview was interviewed from inside y'all's cameras?
Yes, it was.
And you went back and reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
And so what time did Christina Parcell arrive to the veterinary clinic?
Right around 8:30.
All right. And what was she interviewing for?
For a veterinary technician role.
And what does a vet technician do?
Basically like what a nurse does for a doctor. Just draws blood, vaccines, stuff like that.
And about what time did that interview conclude?
She left at 8:47.
That's all I have for this witness.
Anything in cross?
Just very briefly, Ms. McKinnis, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you. Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
Okay. Do you know why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Okay. But it was a full-time position that she was looking for?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor, and she can be released from proceedings.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
We are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2 o'clock. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday, you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, doing any kind of investigation, any research of anyone involved in this case by any means. You're not to look at any social media. I told you yesterday, if you've got notifications on your phone, hopefully you've turned those off, but please do so, and I just respectfully ask that. As I told you, I am going to randomly ask if you have had watched or seen anything during the course of this trial. Again, I remind you, it is important to the integrity of this trial, the justice and fairness to the defendant and the state that you only consider evidence which comes in through this courtroom. And again, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves until I tell you that you can do so, okay? I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Your Honor, we just want to make sure the record is protected regarding our questioning and what we wish to question Mr. Post about. In the outset, I would mention that something new came up during the direct examination of Mr. Post from the prosecutor. He was asked, he asked Brad Post, did you get to know Ida Mello? He answered yes. We believe that would have opened the door to questions about
how he got to know her, which would have led into the child pornography. So we stayed away from that line of questioning based on your previous rulings. I would further like to note that all of the questions that were asked during the proffer are questions that we would have asked Mr. Post. But it's our understanding from Your Honor's ruling and from our meeting at the bench that they were areas of lines of questioning that Your Honor deemed out of bounds, and so we stayed away from them. So we just want the record clear that all those questions are one we would have asked them.
Okay, you're protected on the record. Thank you. I will see you all back at 2 o'clock unless there's anything else. Who are you planning on getting through this afternoon?
We're going to get through. We're going to crime scene.
Okay.
We're going to a lot of ring cameras.
Okay.
A lot of photos of the ring cameras, exhibits, and maybe through the entire crime scene. I don't know.
Okay.
You might get through the entire crime scene.
Have y'all done? Well, we can go off the record.
The ring cameras are going to take a minute.
Okay, y'all can just come up for a second.
So, yeah, for the addresses. We'll talk about 3 or 4.
Pick which one. We'll try to find a better one. Let me make sure there's something in there that I need. It's from a crime scene perspective. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Jury panel back in.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Please bring them in.
Thank you, Judge. The state would call Darby Jackson.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record. Darby Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Where are you currently employed?
I am a paralegal for the Lawrence County Attorney's Office.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, where were you employed then?
Greenville County Forensics.
And what specifically was your role with Greenville County Forensics?
I was a forensic evidence technician, so I would respond to scenes, process scenes as needed.
When you say process scenes, what kind of activities would you be doing when you're processing a scene?
So it depends on the scene. I would typically I would document the scene, taking photographs, taking video if necessary, collect evidence, process for fingerprints and such.
Okay. And were you involved in this particular case specifically were you involved in processing a scene on 122 Canebrake Drive in Greenville County on October 13th of 2021?
I was involved in the investigation. I did not process the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay, so you responded out to 122 Canebrake.
I did.
Okay, and as part of you responding to 122 Canebrake, were you responsible for collecting some DNA samples for subsequent testing?
I specifically responded to 4 McGee Street
Okay.
to process the complainant.
Okay, and who is the complainant?
It was Bradley Post.
Okay, and did you subsequently take buccal swab samples from Bradley Post?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show Ms. Jackson what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11 and State's Exhibit 10. Showing you State's Exhibit 10 and 11. Do you recognize the two items I've handed you?
I do.
Okay. And I believe they're labeled, so State's Exhibit 10, DHE2, and State's Exhibit 11, DHE1. DH being your initials?
That's correct.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, these are the samples that you collected at the time of your involvement in this case?
That's correct.
And after you collect these samples, or first, let's explain to the jury, when I say buccal swab, what exactly is that?
So a buccal swab is a cheek swab. We will take a sterile tubed cotton swab, essentially, swab the inside of whomever that we need to get it from, their cheek.
Okay. And you thereafter place it in a container like this?
That's correct.
And after you place it in the container, do you seal it?
Then I take it to property and evidence, and my involvement is complete.
And in this particular case, with relation to State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 11, did you subsequently submit them into evidence?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move into evidence State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 11.
No objection.
Thank you, counsel. Without objection, number 10, number 11.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
You cross.
Ms. Jackson, you said that you were working now as a paralegal,
That's correct.
and you said in the Lawrence Attorney's Office?
Lawrence County Attorney's Office, yes, sir.
What, is that the solicitor's office, or what is that?
No, so the Lawrence County Attorney, the county attorney will work more on civil matters, and he represents the county.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Hoffman asked you this. If he did, I apologize. When was this sample taken?
It was taken on October 13th, the day that I responded.
Okay. I've got nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you redirect?
Nothing with the State.
No objection.
No objection.
Next witness. All right, this time the State would call Master Deputy John Garrett.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jonathan Garrett.
Master Deputy Garrett, that's your current rank, Master Deputy?
Or investigator.
Investigator. Okay. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I know we brought it out there, but where are you currently employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And what role specifically?
I'm a homicide investigator.
Okay. Were you employed with the Sheriff's Office back in October of 2021?
I was.
Okay, and what role was it? Same?
I was a homicide investigator on the end homicide.
Okay. Were you involved in the present case specifically on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
Okay, did you respond to the scene at 122 Canebrake?
I did.
And when you were responding to the scene, what specifically was your role there? What were your priorities in responding to the scene?
I was at the law enforcement center at the homicide office when the call came in, and officers, or other investigators and officers were already at the scene. So before I left, I was tasked with obtaining the search warrant for the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay. And so on getting that search warrant, do you thereafter go through the scene?
Yes, I do.
The house, I mean.
Correct. And once I obtained it, I delivered it to the scene and responded for any other duties they were requesting.
Okay. What were your observations of the scene at the time that you went through it?
When I got there, the road was blocked off, probably a block or two on each side, by patrol vehicles, yellow crime scene tape, and we also had personnel blocking intersections and protecting the scene around 122.
Okay. And so going through the house, what were your observations there specifically?
I didn't do that until later that evening. I was there for hours. Crime scenes was processed and documented the scene. So I was waiting for another task, and I was documenting information where other investigators were going door to door looking for like video surveillance and things like that. But I didn't have another task until later in the afternoon. I did a secondary search, or later. It was hours later, almost at dusk, to go to the crime scene.
So that would be after the technicians go through, collect
Correct.
what they deem necessary?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you went through the scene, were you able to identify or collect anything at that time?
Yes. I was with the investigator's department at the time, in a white plastic bag with a white powder substance in the living room near the front door.
Okay. You said the living room. Was the living room the same room that Ms. Parcell was found?
That's correct.
Okay. If I showed you a picture of that substance, would you recognize it?
I would.
Okay. Approaching you with State's Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 37. Starting with State's Exhibit 37, what is that?
That's the clear plastic bag with a white powder substance I observed in the living room area that you spoke of.
Okay. And did you subsequently, and I don't want to say collected, but did you subsequently pick it up to identify it?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what's State's Exhibit 9. Can you confirm for me that that is the bag that you picked up and identified?
It is.
So that's the position that you found that bag when you went to the house.
That's correct.
And then 9 is the actual bag.
That's it.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State's Exhibit 9 to evidence.
Which is 9. I don't have a problem with the photograph coming into evidence. I don't think the full foundation has been completed for 9 in order to be entered into evidence.
I'm happy to continue later.
Number 37 comes into evidence, lay the foundation.
After collecting what is State's Exhibit 9, what did you do after that?
I conducted a field test on it to see if it was a controlled substance.
Why do you say, so in your first observations, you believed it to be a controlled substance?
Yes, sir. I had a previous assignment in narcotics for 14 years, and to me it appeared to be the way it was packaged and appeared to be a controlled substance.
Okay, so what occurred after you conducted a field test?
It did a presumptive test for cocaine with a field test.
After that field test was conducted, what did you do thereafter?
It was ultimately secured in the property and evidence section at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center to be secured.
So it was thereafter submitted into evidence?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence. What is State's Exhibit 9?
I just found out, again, continuing my objection, there hasn't been a full chain established yet throughout the continuation of where that evidence went. So until that happens, we would have an objection to it being entered.
Anything from the state?
Your Honor, a full chain doesn't need to be established at this point. This is the individual that collected State's Exhibit 9, conducted the initial, the field test of State's Exhibit 9. At this point, the foundation's been laid for whatever it may be to be introduced.
I agree. Your objection stands on the record.
After collecting what was State's Exhibit 9 during your time on the 13th at Canebrake, what other roles were you associated with there?
I did a secondary search later after other investigators searched the rooms, but I never found anything significant of evidentiary value.
Understood. Thank you, Investigator Garrett. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. So what was the reason for going back into the residence later that day?
I was on another team we were assigned different rooms to search for evidence, and I can't remember the rooms I searched, but I think there were the living room, another bedroom, and there was multiple rooms in the residence, and groups had already searched, and then other investigators would search and cross and search behind them to make sure we didn't miss anything or just double check each room.
Do you know how many investigators and forensics technicians had already searched the house?
I don't. I know there were several out there, several investigators and a lot of forensic technicians, but I don't know the exact number.
Around what time was it when you and Investigator Sparkman went back in to do this subsequent search?
Dusk, around 6:30-ish.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 37, so you said this accurately portrays where that bag with suspected controlled substance was when you saw it?
It does.
So that is before it was moved?
That's for what?
I'm sorry, this is before any officers...
That's right. That's where forensics documented its original location.
And so it is clearly observable to somebody walking by?
Yeah, you can see it. It was pointed out pretty early, I think.
Okay, so had that already been known to have been there, or did you find it?
It was already known. It was brought to my attention.
So somebody already told you that there's suspected controlled
Correct.
substance in there, and you
Right.
went back and get it? Okay. And so what you did with that bag then was you took it to the property and evidence room?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Okay, when would that have been? How much later?
It was that day. I think it was logged in on the 13th. Later that day, myself and Investigator Sparkman together did it.
Okay, you Investigator Sparkman. Do you know who's, was it you Investigator Sparkman in the chain of custody?
Him. I was with him because I went and field tested before we took it. And
And,
therefore, he gave me the item number JS4, Sheriff Sparkman 4.
Okay.
The item number.
And do you know who got it out of the property and evidence room?
To be tested.
Let me just ask you what you're pulling out there to refresh your memory with.
Property and evidence sheet, which would document the chain of custody. Or actually the lab report. I don't have what chemist, but it would have been brought out later, at a later date, to be positively identified by the forensic crime lab, but I don't know which chemist did it.
Okay, so would the chemist have come and gotten it, or did somebody else get it and take it to the chemist?
No, the chemist would come down. They would put in a request saying it wanted to be analyzed, and then the chemist would come from the lab, pick it up out of property and evidence, and take it back to the lab.
Okay, so you don't know who the chemist was?
I do not.
So you don't know who then had that State's Exhibit number 9 after you?
I don't.
Did you bring it to court today?
I did not.
Do you know who brought it to court today?
Not exactly. I could assume it would be the lead investigator,
Okay.
Investigator Sparkman.
Do you know who gave it to Investigator Sparkman?
In property and evidence, I do not.
Just a couple other questions.
Did you have any other involvement in the case after the 13th?
Yes, I obtained another search warrant for 2 Tyndall Avenue.
Okay, and when did you write your report?
I wrote it months earlier, but it wasn't finalized until October 2024. It was a rough draft. It did not get processed.
What does being processed mean?
Clear through the what we call our Code 5, an incident report system, where it's set in limbo for a time as a draft before it was approved.
Okay, when was it approved?
October 15, 2024.
2024. Was that after you met with the prosecutor's office to prepare for trial?
I'm not sure if that's when we did it or not. I can't recall when we met. But it was close to that because we're doing an inventory of what needed to be done, and this is one thing that needed to be done.
For finalizing the report?
That's correct.
One moment, please. Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else? I was going to say,
Now call Kristen McCall.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Kristen Marie McCall. Good afternoon.
could you please tell the jury where you're currently employed and what your role is there?
I work for Greer County Department of Public Safety, the Forensics Division.
Okay. And what specifically do you do for the Forensics Division?
I work in drug analysis.
Okay. And could you break down a little bit about what is drug analysis? I know for some of us, but what is drug analysis?
So in my job, I'm a forensic chemist. So officers may pull a suspect over or arrive on a scene and there's suspected drugs there. So they collect them from the suspect and then they submit them for property and evidence for analysis. Sometimes on the TV shows, you may see that they do a chemical color test and then they put it on top of the hood. Well, that's giving them an indication of what they're looking at. But a problem is sometimes that can give false positives, such as cocaine and benzocaine will both give you the same color test. So that's important why those drugs come to us, because we confirm or we not confirm what the officer thinks it is.
Okay. And what is your background there as far as education and how you landed in that role with the Sheriff's Office?
Before I worked in forensics with the Department of Public Safety, I worked 13 years as a pharmacy technician, and then I also did 2 years at family court, and then I have 10 years currently with the Forensics Division. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology, minor in Chemistry, and a Master's in Pharmacogenomics from the Manchester School of Pharmacy.
And you may have said this, and I apologize for saying it again, but how long have you been in your current role with the Sheriff's Office?
I've worked for Greer County Department of Public Safety. We're separate from the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we have, I've been there for 10 years, and before that I worked 2 years in family court.
Okay. And in your current position, it's fair to say it primarily consists of you processing and analyzing these substances that are submitted to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Suspected controlled substances.
And approximately how many cases a month do you process?
I would say in a year, I'll do over 10,000 cases.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state would move to qualify Ms. McCall as an expert in drug analysis.
Thanks, counsel. I've got no objection.
Okay. The court will find her qualified pursuant to the agreement of the parties in drug analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, an expert witness is a person, or normally a person cannot give an opinion, but an expert witness is allowed to. And so when a person testifies, normally they must testify as to either what they saw, they heard, or sensed by smell. However, we do have an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas the court qualifies, in which the court qualifies them. And this witness will be qualified in the area of drug analysis to give an opinion testimony in the area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCall, are you involved, how are you involved in the present case?
Well, I don't really read the background on all the cases that we get because we get so many in. Currently, our backlog is 7 months behind. So how I got a subpoena, and then I had a pre-trial meeting with the solicitors, and that is how I became involved that this was going to be going to court.
Okay, let me get more specific. Were you charged with processing any substances as it relates to this case?
I was involved with this case because the officer requested it to be analyzed because I'm assuming at scene he thought it was a controlled substance, so he went to property and evidence, put the evidence there, and put a lab request with it. And then I go down to property and evidence and I say, can I have some drugs? And they hand me sometimes 60 cases of drugs, and I have to go through every single one of them and analyze them. And then I write a report, and then the report goes out to the different parties that are involved in the case.
Okay. If I showed you a specific item, would you be able to confirm whether or not you conducted any testing on it for this case?
Yes, because when I receive my stuff, I make sure it's sealed by the officer, and if it's not, it goes back down to property and evidence because you want to make sure your evidence is sealed because that means that somebody could have tampered with it. So if it was open, I take it back down to property and I say, I'm not working this item. You need to get the officer to fix this. So when it gets fixed, I will go back down there and I will get the item, and I will come back to the lab and I'll do a chemical test that gives me an idea of what I'm looking at, and then I do 2 confirmatory tests, which is a FTIR and a GCMS analysis.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9 that's currently in evidence. Showing you State's Exhibit 9 there.
Okay.
Could you confirm whether or not that's the item that you did testing for specifically for this case?
Okay. Should I leave it down here? Am I allowed to bring it out?
You can.
Okay. Okay. Yes. This is my item.
How do you know that?
I know that because I have a date when I worked it, and then there are my initials. And then here's a date when I opened the officer's bag that he sealed it in. And then after I weighed it, here is the weight of the item and then the item. So my initialing is all over this bag.
Okay. Did you create a report that indicated your findings as to what that substance was?
I did.
Okay. And what did you determine that substance to be?
And, Your Honor, I would object from the standpoint Rule 901 for the purpose of authentication of the exhibit. The state has to establish from beginning to end, because it's fungible, who handled it, what they did with it. The probative value of her opinion as it relates to the nature of that substance is nil because there's been no chain of custody established, no full chain of custody established as to what happened from the time it was seized until the time this witness testified. So with that, we would object pursuant to 403.
And I would overrule, and your objection is noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
What were the results of any testing you conducted on State's Exhibit 9?
So after the test is, after we analyze the substance, I create a report and it goes through peer review, which is that one of my peers have to look at my results and we have to agree that we both agree that this substance is what it is. So when He has a state exhibit. I have an item of JS4, and it was described as a bag containing powder substance when I received it. But when I work my cases, I take everything out of the bag because weight is very important when you're looking at charges for individuals. So I did create a report, and here it is.
Okay. And what did you determine? Did you determine that that item is a controlled substance?
I did determine that this item is a controlled substance, yes.
And what controlled substance?
Cocaine, 4.97 grams.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit, and I realize it's extremely complex, and you spoke about it a little bit, but what type of testing you do to break down that finding?
Yes, so at first I do a chemical spot test, like I said, like you watch on the shows, just to give you an idea. You get a color change. You're like, okay, like blue, maybe benzocaine, cocaine, procaine. So in this instant, I got this bag containing powder substance, took it out of the bag, weighed it. That 4.97 grams is the net weight, not the gross weight. Then after that, I ran it on an FTIR, and that basically puts light through the drug so it vibrates and then you can see it. But the problem in this case is that the FTIR is only good for pure substances. It's not good with cutters. So sometimes when people sell drugs, they like to bulk up what they have, so they put other things in it. Say they might put procaine. There might be procaine, cocaine, and benzocaine in there, but I'm looking for that cocaine. FTIR, I cannot see it. So I have to take it to another instrument called the GCMS, gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and it will separate out each individual ones. So if you go to your house and you take 5 different pills and you crush them all up and it's a white substance and that comes to me, I can tell you everything that you put in there.
Okay. So I know you spoke to it earlier, but how many times, ballpark, have you analyzed cocaine specifically in your current role?
Oh my goodness. I've been working 10 years and we do over 10,000 cases. I would say in Greenville, methamphetamines number 1, cocaine and fentanyl. Cocaine's probably fentanyl's probably coming in at number 2, and cocaine's probably coming in at number 3. So not as often as it has been in the past. It's just you drug trends of what people are doing.
Safe to say hundreds of times?
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. What would you say is to the quality of the cocaine, the State's Exhibit 9 in this particular case?
Well, I can say after the analysis, it did have cutters in it. So usually when we analyze cocaine or cocaine base, which is crack, we can use the FTIR because it's usually a pure substance. But in this case, I couldn't see that backbone of the drug, so I had to take it to the GCMS. So it did have other substances in it. So I can't tell you a number on purity, but I can tell you that there were other substances in it.
At least to the extent that you had to do subsequent testing.
I had to do a subsequent, yes.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
You said you worked in the family court?
Yes, sir.
What did you do in the family court?
I took payments and I translated in the courtroom.
Okay.
People picked up on bench warrants for child support.
You translated, do you speak another language?
Yes, sir.
What language do you speak?
Spanish.
All right. I wish I could do that. So, just a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You said that you roughly process or handle 10,000 cases a year. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of cases.
It is. We have a quota we have to make every month.
Okay. What's that quota?
100.
Wow, you're way above that. So, and you don't work 7 days a week, do you?
No, I work Monday through Friday.
Okay. Just kind of interesting. At 10,000 cases a year, would it surprise you if you worked every single day of the year, you would on average test 27.3 cases a day?
Yeah. Just sometimes there's single item cases, and you're talking about an 8-hour day. So we set up a whole run. Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's a lot of samples to test.
It is.
Okay. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, anything else from the state? Nothing from the state, Your Honor. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Should be released.
No objection.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Milagros Maricalo.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Left hand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Milagros Maracayo.
Ms. Maricalo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently live?
My address is 133 Cambridge Drive on Greer, South Carolina.
Okay. Were you living, how long have you lived there?
Around 9 years.
9 years. So you were living there throughout 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the crime that occurred in October of 2021 on Cambridge Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about your home there. At the time in 2021, did you have cameras around your home?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
I think like 7 cameras around my house.
Okay. And on October 13th or thereabouts of 2021, did law enforcement come to you specifically?
Yes, they went to my house.
Okay. And what were did they ask about some cameras?
Yes, they asked about if I have some camera available.
Okay. Did you give them access to your cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take footage from your cameras from that day?
Yes, they all did.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity prior to trial to review footage from your cameras that day?
After they all did it, yes, I was looking for.
Okay. If I showed you the USB of that footage, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 15. Showing you State's Exhibit 15. Is that your?
Yeah, this is my signature.
Yes. Okay. So you had a
Yes.
chance to review that footage?
Yes.
And it's accurate from that day?
Yes.
From your home?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removed from the evidence State's Exhibit 15.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, number 15 comes in.
Ms. Mayor Collins, thank you so much. I have no further questions for you.
Okay.
Cross. Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Peyton Sellers.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Donald Peyton Sellers.
Mr. Sellers, good afternoon. Could you tell the jury where you currently live?
207 Saratoga Drive in Greer, South Carolina, Canebrake neighborhood.
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
Since 2009.
So safe to say you were living there in 2021.
That's correct.
And for the jury, are you familiar with a crime that occurred in the Canebrake neighborhood on October 13th of 2021?
I am aware.
Are you familiar with the residence 122 Canebrake? At least where it is?
Yes, drive past it occasionally.
Okay. Approximately how far from your residence is 122 Canebrake?
So I think there's 380 something homes in the Canebrake neighborhood. I'm on Saratoga, which is on the other side of the neighborhood, I would call it.
Okay, so ballpark.
Probably about 4 streets away.
Okay, less than half a mile?
Sure.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet with law enforcement after that incident, October 13th of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was October 21st. A deputy came by the house and asked if they could have footage from our camera.
Okay, so you had cameras on your house at the time?
I did.
Okay. And in meeting with law enforcement, did you provide them with footage that they were requesting or looking for at that time?
I did. I think I emailed Deputy Barnett a link to all the footage from that day.
Okay. And to your knowledge, all the footage there was accurate and represented what they recorded that day?
Yeah, it was just pulled directly from the desk cam and submitted directly to the deputy.
Got it. Did you have a chance to review that specific footage prior to today's trial?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed it to you, would you recognize your initials?
I would.
I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 12.
Yep.
Are those your initials on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, it is.
And what's contained on here accurately represents the footage that you provided to law enforcement from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor. Without objection.
Mr. Sellers, I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Any cross? Just a few questions. Mr. Sellers, so you said you're about 4 streets away, somewhere around a half mile away?
I mean, but I would call it the other side of the neighborhood. Yes.
And you've been made aware that the incident was on 10/13 of 2021, right?
That's correct.
And had you spoken to any law enforcement officers between October 13th of 2021 and October 21st of 2021 when you turned over the video?
No, not until the deputy came to my door.
Okay. Had you looked at those cameras to see if there was anything of significance prior to the officers talking to you?
No, sir. I had no idea what they were looking for at the time. They just asked me to submit the date's footage, and I did.
Okay. So you were just asked to give them all the footage from this one particular day?
That's correct.
Do you remember from how early until how late?
It was, I mean, basically the officer came to my door on the 21st of October of 2021, and I submitted pretty much the entire day's footage from the October 13th.
And the way you gave it to them was by email?
By email, correct. I emailed a link that gave them the full width of footage that they were looking for, and I think it was just, they said, give me as much as you can, and I gave it the entire date range.
Okay. I think that's all I have. One moment. No more questions. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Stokes?
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Stacey Rushing.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Stacey Rushing.
Ms. Rushing, good afternoon. Where do you currently live?
116 Canebrake Drive in Greer.
And how long have you lived there?
About going on 6 years now.
Okay, so you're living there in 2021?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a crime that took place on 122 Canebrake on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, I am.
And I know you're on the same street, but approximately how close to 122 Canebrake is your residence?
They're 3 houses down.
Okay. Did law enforcement ever reach out to you around this time looking for potentially video footage regarding
Yes.
that? Did you provide them? Do you have videos on your residence?
Yes,
Or cameras, I should say.
I do.
Did you turn over to law enforcement any materials or videos related to that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review them at any point?
Yes.
And if I showed you that USB, would you recognize your initials on it?
Yes, I would.
Okay. I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 13. Are those your initials on there?
Yes, those are mine.
So did you have a chance to review the contents of this USB?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is it accurate and represent events that took place that morning?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Ms. Rushing, thanks so much. I have nothing else for you.
Okay, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Emily Brunson.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Emily Brunson.
Ms. Brunson, where do you live?
Where did I live or where do I now?
Where do you currently reside?
100 Steeple View Court in Greer.
And back in October of 2021, where were you living?
At 121 Canebrake Drive.
And where is that in location to where the murder of Christina Parcell occurred?
Right across the street.
And during that day, did you have the occasion to talk to law enforcement about some ring camera footage?
I did.
And about when did you talk with them about possible ring camera footage?
It's like maybe 2 hours after everything happened.
And how long had you owned a ring camera?
We got it the Christmas before, so Christmas 2020.
And was it functioning properly on October 13th?
It was.
Do you know how often it would cut on or cut off? Was there something unique about this
Yes,
ring camera?
it was triggered by cars going down the road, and it was very annoying.
So with that, did you receive notices of when your Ring camera cut on?
Yes, every time.
And did you receive the actual footage of it?
Yes.
And so were you receiving a lot of footage?
Constantly, yes.
So whenever a car would pass by, it would cut on?
It would.
Okay. Did you have the occasion to give Ring footage to law enforcement that day?
We did.
Okay. And have you reviewed that footage?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 14 and ask you if that is your initials.
That is my initials.
All right. And is this the footage from your Ring camera that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of what that Ring camera shows?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 14 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, number 14 comes into evidence.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
There are no questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul. You may step down. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, stay with us.
All right. Your Honor, the State would call Harvey Shopshire.
Sorry, sir, please stop doing that. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thanks, please. Please say your name for the record.
Harvey Shropshire. Shropshire spelled S-H-R-O-P-S-H-I-R-E.
Agent Shropshire, with whom are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED.
And how long have you been with SLED?
25 years total, 31 years in total.
Congratulations. And what are your main duties for SLED?
I'm a tech agent.
Okay, what is a tech agent?
One part of my jobs is audio and video enhancements for the state.
For SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell this jury how that works.
Well, what we do in tech services, once we had that part of the division is whomever, it has to be local law enforcement or federal, we bring the product to us and we input that information into the computer to a format in which it's recognized.
And are you basically working enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
And have you had any special training on that enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
What type of training?
Through the company that we use is the computer system is adjudicated. They send us off to Carrie, North Carolina for training.
And how long is that training?
Well, it's ongoing, yearly software update. And once you get your certification, you certify to enhance video and audio through the system.
And what are the abilities of this software?
It's only enhanced what's given to us. We can't change anything. Matter of fact, when someone brings us a video, we dump it into the system, we get the original back to whomever brings it to us, and we enhance while they're there, tell us what they need and want, and we enhance it from a still shot, and also we put it on CD or DVD form.
And then is that what you return back to law enforcement who requests it?
Yes, sir.
Is it typically requested by law enforcement that you assist them in enhancing some sort of video?
Only law enforcement. We don't do it for the general public. Yes, sir.
And does it matter where the video came from? If it came from a Ring camera or a Nest camera or any of the like, does it matter?
It doesn't matter. Whatever format they bring it to us. If it's analog or digital, we dump it into the system. Of course, we got to have a means of dumping it into the system. Through a VHS tape, we put it into the system and it converts into a format we can enhance.
So in this particular case, did law enforcement request you to enhance some videos?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that for them?
Yes, sir.
Already admitted into evidence is videos of 121 Cambridge, 133 Cambridge, 207 Saratoga, and 116 Cambridge.
Yes, sir.
Did you have the occasion to dump those items into your system and assist law enforcement enhancing those?
Yes, sir. And once we dump it into the system, whatever we finish, we always put it on a CD or a DVD, and we mark it and give it back to whatever department brings it to us.
I'm going to show you some, and can you create stills enhancement for video?
Yes, sir, we can.
And how do you do that with this video?
The system, we make sure our system's never on the network, so no one can have access to it. Only the persons who are there to enhance the video. So once we do that, we have a printer that's set up for the particular enhancement machine, and we print it from there and give it to whomever needs it.
And so you print them out right there?
Yes, sir.
And that's the enhanced part of the video?
Yes, sir.
So you can, I guess, see deeper into the picture,
right.
In essence?
And also, we also give those printed videos or printed still shots onto that same media, so that officer will have that same stuff too as well. He or she also go print.
And then they take that
Yes,
media
sir.
with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as. I hate wearing glasses. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these. Please take your time looking.
Yes, sir, I do.
And so, what did you do with States Exhibit 14 that you would do in your computer?
Well, first, when we download the information to the computer, the officer who's there that needs the information, we comb through all the different video shots or in some cases still shots, and he said, well, this is the point of interest here, so I take the point of interest and actually magnify what's there. I can't change anything. I can't add anything to it. I can magnify what's there by zooming in on it, putting a highlight on it, like you see them circles on there, things of that nature.
All right, so I'm going to show you States Exhibit 16 as well. Describe what you did on that one in particular.
Well, one of the things that we try to do is, if we have a person of interest, if you can get the video and comb it and follow it to where he or she is going to get some type of identifying marks off the person. In some cases like this, when it's a long distance like this, we tell that person, whoever the police officer is, hey, this guy's of a certain height or a certain build. Whereas he and she can go back to wherever the crime has happened, he can mark it and pinpoint how tall that person is. We do the same thing when it comes to bank robberies as well. We try to get them in the doorway to figure out how tall he is or how wide he or she is.
And so in this case, did you enhance a particular area?
Yes, sir. The front doorway, you can see the individual with a white sweatshirt, appeared to be a white sweatshirt on, and it looked like a backpack.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 16 through 23 into evidence.
You've already viewed those when we do not have an objection.
No objection. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 come in as state's exhibits. They come into evidence.
All right, Agent Shropshire, I'm going to ask you about State's Exhibit 15. That would be 133 cane break. Was that taken down to you for enhancement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Ask you to take a look at those and see if those are the stills that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Yes, sir.
And are those the photos that you were asked to enhance off that video cameras that you received?
Yes, sir.
Are they true and accurate representations? And where did you focus your enhancement on these particular on exhibits 24 through?
On the individual on the bicycle, because it's not known for a person to ride a bicycle with a face mask on. So I try to get it's a pretty tall bike. I'm 6'5" myself, so the person had to be a good sized person. So I try to get some type of features of the person, individual riding the bike, say for the mask he had on, and also he was dressed in all black.
Your Honor, State moves exhibits 24 through 30.
I'm sorry, that's my blood meter. I'm sorry, sir. That's somebody. I thought it was turned off. It's still ringing. I'm sorry.
24 through 30, Your Honor. Make sure I got them right.
We have no objection on it.
No objection. State's Exhibits 24 through 30 come into evidence.
And then I'm going to refer you to State's Exhibit 12, where you asked to enhance photos on that particular ring camera.
Yes, sir.
And that is 207 Saratoga. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 31 through 36. See if those are the photos that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Yes, sir. Point of interest, yes, sir.
And how did you? And I noticed there's a circle around it. Is that part of your software to help enhance it?
Yes, sir, it is. Right. What it does, we tell the computer to zoom in on the moving object, and once we zoom in on it, in some cases, if the sun is shining directly on the camera itself, we try to even the playing field, you might say, make it so that it's like it's normal. And that's what we did at that point in time, is put a circle around it, because the sunlight itself is almost blinding the camera.
So, Mr. Agent Shropshire, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. This is a good test run. Explain to this jury, and Agent Shropshire, you don't know anything about this case.
No, sir, I don't.
All right, and so I want you to talk about the circle and the enhancement.
When we get cases in from all different departments, we really have a ball in the game. That's why we say we bring the officer in and tell us what he or she wants when we do these enhancements. And this is one of the cases where you got the camera shooting from a dark spot into a light spot to another dark spot, which is across the street. So we put the enhancement, we tried to put focus on the individual that's in the doorway by using light and darkness of the enhancement system itself.
you'll answer any questions defense counsel.
Yes, sir.
has for you.
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Or with anyone. We're going to take a short break, and then I anticipate 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will resume testimony for the remainder of the afternoon. Okay? Thank you again.
Y'all ready? Anything before I get the jury back?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, bring the jury back. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Donna Gorman.
The Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm good.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Donna Gorman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gorman, can you tell this jury where you reside?
117 Canebrake Drive.
All right. And how long have you lived there?
15 years.
15 years. And so you were living there on October 13th, 2021?
We were.
And do you remember that day?
I do.
And before we ask you about that day, did you know Christina Parcell?
No.
Had you ever talked to her or seen her?
No, I've seen her, but I never talked to her.
And did you know where she lived
Yes.
at that point? Where did she live?
122.
Okay. And And where is your house in relation to 122?
Like 3 away, on the opposite side of the street.
Okay. And so that morning of October 13th, 2021, what were you doing?
Having my morning coffee.
Is that what you typically do in the morning?
Because my husband had gone back to work. It was like 7:30.
7:30. Do you remember what Ida was wearing that morning?
No.
Did she have a backpack on?
Yes.
All right. And so you saw that from your kitchen table. Is that what you
Yes.
said? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108, and I ask if you recognize that photo.
I do.
What is that?
That's my plant.
That's your plant?
That's my side window that goes out to Cambridge, which is right here.
And is that the view you have from where you were sitting that day?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the view you had on that morning?
Exactly, yes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 108 into evidence.
No objection. 108 comes in without objection.
If I can. Yay. Do you see that photo, Ms. Gorman? And is that, so if you, in that photo, about where were you sitting on the closest part of that photo looking towards the plant?
I was sitting facing this way, and I was looking out that way.
And looking out the window right there?
Mhm.
And out the window is that cane brake
It is.
right there?
It is.
So you testified that you saw Ida and Christina walk past you towards school.
Mm-hmm.
And around 8:15, were you still sitting there at your thing?
I was.
At your seat, at your table. Did you see anything of interest that day?
Yeah, I saw somebody on a bicycle.
All right. And so tell this jury what you would have seen from that vantage point right there.
There was a guy on a bicycle right here, dressed in all black with put a mask on his face.
So where about? And so I see those two trees in the photo. Where was he about where those two trees were?
Right in between them.
Right in between them. And you can see through your plant right there
Mm-hmm.
and see him? All right. And so can you describe the person that you saw and about what time it was?
He was tall and skinny. He was on a black bicycle. He was all dressed in black. I did say his sweatshirt was gray, but it was a hectic day that day, very scary, and it was all black. And I glanced over and saw him, and then I finished reading what I was reading. I looked up, and I didn't see him anymore.
So when you looked over and you saw him, was he wearing a backpack?
Yes.
Now, when you saw him for the first time, did he have anything on his face or his head or anything like that?
No.
And so what color skin did he have?
White.
What color hair did he have?
It's kind of like a reddish sandy color hair.
And were you able to see his face?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
Mhm.
How would you see his face?
Because he kind of turned and then turned back.
And did he have gloves on?
Yes.
Or so he was wearing gloves when you saw him?
Well, he was putting them on.
Okay, he's putting his gloves on.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he put his gloves on, what did he do?
I guess he got back on the bike and started riding, but he wasn't riding fast enough to get down Canebrake. When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
Now, did he put a mask or anything on before he left your vantage point?
Yes.
What did he put on?
A white mask.
And
a hat.
And a hat?
Well, the hood.
A hood? Or?
No, the hood on his coat.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize, let me ask you this, is the person that you just described to this jury look like the person in that photo right there?
Yes,
How so?
it just does.
Is it the same color bike? Is it the same clothes? I need you to respond.
Yes, it's just scary.
Is it the same mask that you
Yes.
saw and put on? And is it the same type of hood or hat?
Yes,
Okay. And what about a backpack?
it's on there. It looks black.
Is that the same person that you saw that morning around 8:15?
Yes.
Ms. Gorman, you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes.
Will you point him out for me?
Right there.
Are you pointing to the defendant?
He's right there.
No, let the record reflect that she's pointing to the defendant, Zach Hughes. Reflects that. Ms. Gorman, did you talk with law enforcement that day? Did they come and talk to you about this?
Oh, there was a lot of people that day, yeah.
And were you able to kind of see the activity going across over at 122 Cambridge?
Yeah.
Did you pay attention to it and watch what was going on?
Well, there was a lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw him walking around over there, yeah.
Did you recognize him as well?
Yeah.
And do you know about how many law enforcement officers you talked to that day about what you saw?
I have no idea. There was so many. so many.
Ms. Gorman, if you'll just answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gorman.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andy Mormon. We've never met before.
No.
Just to be clear, Ms. Gorman, you said that you saw this person at around 8:15 on the morning of October the 13th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you said that that person stopped and did a lot in front of your window. Just decided to stop right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilkins showed you a picture of a person in a white mask. Remember that?
Yes.
And you looked at that. You looked at that picture and you said, "That's the white mask." You remember saying that?
Yes.
You talked about, let me back up. If I understood your testimony, you said that you had seen Christina Parcell, but you'd never talked to her. Is that correct?
I never talked to her, no.
Right, but you had seen her.
I had seen her, yeah.
You also talked about seeing Brad Post. Is that right?
Yeah, in the driveway.
And isn't it true that Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth and then another police officer came to your home on October the 28th, 2024? Is that right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So more than 3 years after this happened, they came to your home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when they came to your home, did they tell you that there was a trial coming up?
They said they didn't know when.
But that there would be a trial?
There would be, yeah.
And that's when they talked to you about things that happened more than 3 years earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember in the conversation you had with them more than 3 years after this happened, telling them that you knew what Brad Post looked like because you had seen him at Christina's house. Do you remember that?
Yes, I saw him in the driveway, and then a few times going into her home when they were dating.
And it sounds like you sort of have your pulse on what's happening in the neighborhood. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Does that usually happen when you're drinking coffee in the morning?
Yeah, I just watch out for people. I don't know. It's just an instinct I have always had.
No, I get it. So, if you were looking out that window a good bit, I mean, isn't it true? Or you tell me, did you see Brad Post at that location a lot?
Not a lot, no, a couple times. But I did see him that day that unfortunate mishap happened.
But you saw him there enough where you felt like you knew what he looked like.
Yeah.
Would you see, you talked about Christina and her daughter Aida. You testified about that. Do you remember that earlier?
Yes.
You talked about how you would see them going to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you may please answer yes.
Yes.
Just to make it clear. And she went to Buena Vista, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
Which, and what time would she typically be home, come home?
2:30.
2:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, they get home at 2:30.
Isn't it true that the first time you told anybody in law enforcement what you saw was on, or you tell me, did you meet with anybody in law enforcement to tell them what you saw that day before October the 28th?
There was a lot of them out there. Yeah, a lot of detectives, sheriffs, a lot of people talking to us.
Okay. But the first time you met with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth was more than 3 years after this happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One second. Two more questions. In one of the exhibits, Mr. Wilkins showed you the person on the bicycle was wearing a hat. Is that correct?
Well, a hoodie that was on the coat.
Okay. So is it your testimony that person was not wearing a hat, just a hoodie? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Okay. You redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Ma'am, thank you. Shut down.
Thank
You
you.
released. Counsel.
Yes, we release her. Thank you. Right there. Just walk that way. Thank you. All right. All right, thank you. The state calls Riley Stokes.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
My name is Raleigh Stokes.
Mr. Stokes, what's your rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Want to make sure I get that right. Master Deputy Stokes, who do you work for?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
Since 2013.
And what have you done for the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Worked uniform patrol, K-9, homicide, Master Deputy on uniform patrol, and I'm in CID now.
What is CID?
It is Criminal Investigation Division, and I'm assigned to the arson unit.
What does the arson unit do?
Investigate fires. Yes, sir.
Those can be complex.
They can be.
Were you involved in the investigation of the murder of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that murder?
At the time, in 2021, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was contacted while at the law enforcement center in the homicide office to respond to that location in reference to a death investigation.
And did you respond?
I did.
All right. About what time did you respond?
Roughly 11:30, around that time frame.
Was there a lot of manpower asked to come out there and assist in this investigation?
Yes, sir, there was.
So did you respond out to 113 Canebrake? I'm sorry, 122 Canebrake?
Yes, I responded to that location and assisted in blocking off the already roped off scene using my patrol vehicle at that time.
What did the scene look like when you got there?
Crime scene tape was already up, blocking off the roadway. The roadway was still open. However, there was nothing blocking the actual road, so that's why I used my patrol vehicle. And there were multiple investigators on scene, along with other uniform patrol deputies as well.
I'm just asking you to just bring that microphone just a touch for us to make sure. I just want to make sure this jury can hear you.
Copy. Gotcha.
And so, so when you got there, what was the first thing you did when you got there?
I met with Investigator Sparkman, and I was tasked with starting the neighborhood canvass.
Okay. So Investigator Sparkman was the lead investigator on scene.
Yes.
All right. And again, what was your so were you delegated duties, I guess?
Yes, I was. As far as the neighborhood canvass, checking for security cameras within the immediate vicinity of the incident location.
All right. And so, two questions. One, what was the purpose of that? And two, how did y'all organize that?
So the purpose of that was to try and determine who was at the residence that morning, and then develop a timeline if we were able to do so. And can you repeat your second part of that question?
How did y'all organize it?
So I was tasked with actually being over the neighborhood canvas. And that being said, there was about 6 investigators total that assisted in that. And once they found cameras at certain houses, they would let me know where they were at, and we would go contact the homeowners and try to make contact with them.
All right. And so in assisting in the neighborhood canvas, did you come familiar with the Canebrake neighborhood?
Yes, very.
And how many houses do you think you canvassed that day?
Probably 25 to 30 myself.
And how would it work? Would you just knock on the door?
We would start by, we started at the incident location and realized there was a Ring doorbell directly across the street from 122, and that was located at 121. And from there, we circled out utilizing Canebrake Drive all the way down to Saratoga and around the entire neighborhood.
All right, Master Deputy Stokes, I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 107. I know it's kind of big and bulky. I'm going to hold it right here. Can you tell this jury what this is?
That is a map of the Canebrake subdivision.
All right. And is this an accurate depiction of the subdivision when you were canvassing it?
Yes, sir.
That day?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed there's addresses on here.
Yes.
As well. Do you recognize those addresses?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those addresses points of interest?
They are.
And do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate description of the Canebrake neighborhood with those addresses?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 107 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Number 107 comes in that.
So this jury can understand what y'all are doing. I think I'm showing my age by using an easel. I'm going to do my best. Is that right? That's right. Go on, walking around. Yeah, that's right. All right. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Sure. I'm trying to turn it. How about that? Sure, thank you. You see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go over this map. If you'll tell this jury and kind of describe this map, can you see what road this is right here?
I cannot read the writing, but I know that's South Batesville Road.
And where is the entrance to Canebrake neighborhood?
If you see the green square that's parallel with South Batesville, just above it, about 6 inches, and that's Canebrake Drive right there.
And so where did Christina Parcell live?
At 122.
And is that right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And so we were talking about a Ring camera that you identified. And where was that first Ring camera that you identified?
At 121 Canebrake, which is directly across and at an angle from the incident location.
All right. And did you ever talk to Donna Gorman?
I did.
What address did she live in?
Hers is 117, which is directly across from 116.
Is that right here?
It is.
Okay. And then I have 116 Canebrake.
Yes.
Were you able to find anything of significance at 116 Canebrake?
Yes, they did not have a Ring camera. However, they did have cameras on the front side of their house near the gutter up high and on the front side of the residence.
Okay. And then, so I'm assuming your teams of officers are walking up and down Canebrake Avenue here. And then what is this road that deads into?
It runs into Saratoga, which comes back around, and I'm not sure of the name that it runs into. It may change names at the end. But that's Saratoga Drive that Canebrake runs into.
All right. And so is that 207 Saratoga down there?
Yes, sir,
is that
it
accurate?
is. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And then this is 133 Canebrake?
Yes.
All right. What is the distance between this clump of houses and then 133 and 207?
From 116 to 207 would roughly be about a half a mile. There, give or take a few hundred feet.
And so back to 121 Canebrake.
Okay.
You said you identified a Ring camera.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I met with the homeowner there, I believe his name is Chris, and he had multiple activations of his Ring doorbell camera. And standing there with him, we went through that, and there was multiple vehicles that went by and set off his activations. Well, in the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that passed. And when that car passed, you could see the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car had passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcell's vehicle is leaving. And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
All right. And you've reviewed the ring camera at 121.
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 14.
Okay.
All right, can you describe describe this to this jury what you're seeing in the background there and what caused the ring camera to...
All right, so the white SUV that passed by activates the camera, and while watching this video, you see 2 points of motion. You see the vehicle first, and then in the background, you'll see the suspect, possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt, a backpack, and dark in color pants.
Now, have you reviewed stills of this video?
Yes, sir, I have.
I'm going to set this right here.
All right.
You heard Agent, you did not hear, but Agent Sled Agent Shopshire testified about enhancing these photos.
Right.
But when did y'all obtain this evidence in furtherance of the investigation?
So I had been on scene probably 25 to 35 minutes, and as soon as I obtained this, I asked the homeowner, which is, I believe his name again was Chris, he emailed that to me, to my county phone, and I sent that to Sergeant Kelly with the Technical Services Unit with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office for reason being he could see that a lot better in his office on a large big screen TV. And he could give us more details other than watching this on cell phones on scene.
And would you consider this sort of a break in the case?
At this point, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because other than this, we were unsure of any suspect. This is the first sign of anything that we had was right here at this point.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. And I'm going to have you kind of walk us through what we're seeing on these
Okay.
photos, okay?
All right, so that is a still shot of 122 of the initial ring camera after the white vehicle had passed. That is the suspect standing on the front stoop, front porch, directly in front of the main entranceway of the home.
All right. And is there a car to the right there?
There is.
Did you determine whose car that was?
That was Miss Parcell's, yes.
And that's 122 Cambridge, that's Miss Parcell's house?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is the same incident location, 122 Cambridge, with the suspect stepping onto the front steps. I believe that will be at the top of the steps onto the front porch. Same incident location.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the exhibit. That was Exhibit 18. Exhibit 19.
Will be directly after stepping onto the front porch.
Exhibit 20.
Be at the front door.
Exhibit 21.
Opening the front door.
And Exhibit 22.
He's stepping inside the residence.
And I know we just reviewed the video. On the video, can you see the individual going inside?
Briefly, yes, right before it cuts off.
So, as part of your investigation and canvassing, are you also trying to establish a timeline as well?
Yes, sir.
And when reviewing the videos or the ring camera from across the street of Christina Parcell's house, did you discover any other times on there that were important to your investigation?
Yes. At that time, that was 9:15 when he had stepped in. So, backing up to a few other of the notifications that Mr. Chris had located, at 9:27, I'm misspeaking here. That 9:27 is for 133. We'll get to that in a minute. At 9:15, he is stepping in the house. She arrives at the home at 9:12. So just a few minutes prior, her vehicle is turning into the driveway.
Would it surprise you if it was about 9:07?
No, that would be
Let's look at the video.
Okay.
All right. And so,
I may have my times off, but it's right there.
In addition, were you able to see the comings and goings of Christina Parcell's car?
Yes.
Her sister Tina Parcell's car?
Yes.
And of course, you can see the arrival of Brad Post's car on,
Yes, sir.
on Howard Road. Okay. So let's take a look at those. So I'm showing you what's State's Exhibit 14. And it's approximately 8:06.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at 8:06, what kind of cars do you see at the Parcell home?
So there is a Lexus SUV and there's a silver sedan, which is the sister's vehicle.
Is that Tina Parcell?
Yes, it is. All right, this is at 8:11, and the only vehicle there is the sister. Her vehicle is in the driveway.
So, what did your investigation conclude based on that video?
Obviously, the victim in this case was no longer at her residence at that time.
At 8:11?
Yes.
And now what time is that?
That will be 8:35, and the silver sedan is fixing to start backing up, which will be the sister leaving.
And what time was that?
8:35.
So at 8:35, Tina Parcell's car.
Yep, her vehicle leaves, yes. And then this is where 9:12, the silver SUV is back in the driveway.
All right, so we know from this video
At this
that
time.
at least by 9:12,
Yep.
Christina Parcell is back at her house.
Yes. And then 3 minutes later, the 9:15 video of the suspect stepping in comes into play.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 105. I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 105. Another big bulky exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
So this is the 3 stills that we looked at just a few moments ago, coupled with the map of Canebrake Drive.
Is it true and accurate from the information that you reviewed on those 3 cameras?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this map is true and accurate?
Yes, sir, it
based on your knowledge. Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 105 into evidence.
There's no objection.
I'll just hold it briefly. So tell the jury what we see here.
The 3 stills are the 2 on the left and the 1 on the right. And then this is captured, if you see the arrow going from 122 to 121, that shows you the distance between the ring camera and the incident location where you were able to see the suspect stepping up onto the house.
And at what time was that?
And that was at 9:15.
All right. Mr. Stokes, I'm going to show you, I'm going to refer you back to 116 Cambridge
Okay.
to help establish this timeline.
All right.
So 116 is where?
It is closer to South Batesville Road.
Is that it right there?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed images, ring cameras from 116. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13. Tell this jury what you're seeing.
Okay. All right, so that's the victim's vehicle driving by. That's at 9:07 a.m. And if you remember, we spoke about 9:12. This is where the gap in the video surveillance is. From 9:07 to 9:12, we don't have anything because there was no motion activation. But we know that she was at home at 9:12 and she passed that residence at 9:07.
And how far away is that residence? That's 116 to 122.
Probably 350 feet to 400 feet, roughly.
So she passes by at 9:07?
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcell does?
Yes, sir.
And so what time does this footage of 116 show you?
This is at 10:57 a.m. and that is a red vehicle, which that's Mr. Post's vehicle.
And was that vehicle in the driveway when you arrived on scene?
It was.
All right. So now I'm going to, so you found this piece of evidence of a suspect walking into Christina Parcell's at 9:07.
Yes.
Did y'all continue to canvass even after you located that?
Yes.
And what were you looking for?
At that point, we were able to tell the suspect from that view at 9:15 from 121, looking for black pants, gray shirt, possibly a black or dark in color backpack. We were able to look for anyone walking, or motorcycle, bicycle, anything like that. So we were able to make contact at 133 Canebrake Drive, where they do not have a ring camera, but they have surveillance footage, much like the one you just watched from the side of their house. And it has multiple different angles.
I'm sorry, I got to take you back 2 seconds.
That's fine.
I forgot. I'm trying to get all my stuff in. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is that?
This is the still shots from 116 Canebrake Drive, along with a map of Canebrake showing 116 and the relevance to 122.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 104 into evidence.
No objection. Objection number 104.
So that's just basically stills of the video we just saw.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm sorry. We'll take you to 133 Canebrake. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15. Now, in establishing this timeline, did you kind of have to go into the data to figure out a little bit?
Yes. So at this location, we actually had a language barrier, and we requested that TSU, which is our technical services unit, come out and assist in pulling the video. So it took a little bit longer to get this than when we were able to get the Ring doorbell. But we were able to view this and locate a suspect on a bicycle from this location right here.
And is that what y'all located right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at what time is that bicycle going past 133 Cambridge?
9:27.
9:27.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, all right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. I'm going to show you some photos. These are stills of State's Exhibit 15. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24.
All right, that is from the still shot of the video surveillance from 133. At this point, we realized that we're looking for a white male based on the stature of the shoulders.
And how were you able to determine that it was a white male?
If you look where there's a mask right there, yep, there's a side of the neck that is exposed.
And what kind of bike is the suspect riding?
It appears to be a large frame, either a road bike or a hybrid road mountain bike.
And what kind of clothes?
Black pants, dark and colored shirt, and then a dark backpack.
And wearing gloves?
Gloves and a N95 mask.
And were you able to determine kind of what's on his head?
It's either a hat or a beanie.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 25.
Another still shot from the same, showing the same.
State's Exhibit 26.
At this point, you can also see at the neck, just behind the mask, you can see shadowing. Looks as if it's a thin beard. At that point, that confirmed that we were looking for a white male.
State's Exhibit 27.
Again, that's the still shot from the video from 133 with the same details of what I just described.
And State's Exhibit 28.
This is from 133, canebrake from the, if you're facing the house, it will be on the right-hand side. We have been looking at the left-hand side. This is now from the right-hand side view of it. Same individual, same time frame.
State's Exhibit 29.
Video surveillance from 133. This is from the right-hand side.
And of course, did you keep canvassing?
We did.
Were you able to locate any more Ring cameras that were important to your investigation?
Yes, sir. We located one more on Saratoga, which is the road that Canebrake Drive runs into, and that's at 207, and that was at 938. Excuse me, 928. 927 for the last house, and this one is 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead again. I'm going to run you back to 133. But I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. State's Exhibit 106.
Yes, sir.
Is that 133?
That is 133 Canebrake Drive, yes, sir.
And what's the timeline?
That's at 9:27 a.m., and the map below shows the location.
State moves 106 into evidence, John.
No objection.
Without objection, number 106.
Okay. And then finally, State's Exhibit 102. State's Exhibit 102?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That is from the video surveillance from 133, showing the neckline of the Caucasian male.
State moves 102 in evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
All right. Now let's go to 207. Tell us, jury, about 207 Saratoga.
207 Saratoga is down the road from the incident location. Now, the Ring doorbell at this location captured a couple walking, and then directly thereafter, the same subject that was on the bicycle captured at 1:33 was seen going from left to right, passing by the residence. This is in the same direction in which it just came from, passing 133.
So the last one was at 133.
Yes, sir.
And then down here to the right of State's Exhibit 107 is 207 Saratoga.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12. I'll let you tell this jury about it.
So like I mentioned earlier, Saratoga and the intersection of Canebrake is to the left of this or the front of this house. The intersection is up to the left, and here comes the gentleman on the bicycle from left to right. That was at 9:28.
That was at 9:28. All right. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 31.
So that's a still shot from the video from 207 Saratoga.
State's Exhibit 32.
Another still shot, same location.
Is that the same individual at 133 Canebrake?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 33.
Same individual, same video surveillance, still shot.
State's Exhibit 34.
Another still shot of the same.
And State's Exhibit 35.
And that's the last image we have of the individual passing. 207 Saratoga.
So in establishing everything that we've talked about now, did you create sort of a timeline
Yes, sir.
of events of what happened on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you, and I'll help you the best I can.
Right.
You see me moving a lot around here and holding up a lot of exhibits, so we need to refer back to when we can.
Right.
But I'd just like to ask you to give this jury a timeline of events of that morning.
All right. So based on the neighborhood canvas, we were able to find from 807 was the first initial to 1104, 1105 is when EMS, fire department personnel are on scene. As we talked about earlier, we have the subject walking into the front door at 9:15. We were able to back up and see the videos of her leaving and then coming back, and seeing from 116 Canebrake. That shows that she returned, and directly thereafter you get to go back to 121. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at 9:27 he passes 133. At 9:28 he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame when you break it down from 9:12 that she's there. We know that she had returned at 9:07, and then He's passing 207, Saratoga, 928.
And did you speak with Donna Gorman as well?
I did.
And so what time, do you remember what time she saw, approximately what time she saw a bicycle who?
She mentioned in between 8 and 8:15 the same morning that she had saw a gentleman on a bicycle going from South Batesville toward 122 Cambridge.
And I got one last exhibit, State's Exhibit 103. What is that?
That is 207 Saratoga, where the gentleman on the bicycle is going from left to right.
State moves 103 to evidence, Your Honor.
No objection. Without objection, number 103 comes in.
So finally, were y'all sharing all this information as this investigation was ongoing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you shared it with Detective Sparkman?
Yes, sir. As soon as I obtained it, that was sent to my county computer and then transferred directly over to his county computer via the Q drive. So he has immediate access to it.
I'll just ask you to answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Examination.
Just real briefly, so what was the very first photograph or video that you have of a bicycle?
The first bicycle that we had was from 133 at 9:27 a.m.
927. So you don't have any video or any photographs of a bicycle prior to 9:15 when you say you saw somebody?
No, we didn't see the bicycle at 9:15.
I'm sorry, see, or before 9:15?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you canvass the neighborhood? Well, during your canvass of the neighborhood, did you look for time frames before 9:15 also?
Yes, sir. We backed it up, and before 8 a.m., there was nothing of relevance at that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
You may step.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Yeah, can we approach?
Again, I just want to remind you that you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of the trial. You should not do any research or anything or talk with anyone involved or research anyone involved in the case. You're not to look at any social media. And I feel like I thoroughly advised you all of this. I have no question that you are abiding by my instructions and also your oath as jurors. Again, I want to just tell you how much and how grateful I am on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County for your service. I'm going to see y'all back at 9:30 in the morning, okay? Y'all have a good evening. from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see y'all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
That's good, Your Honor.
In the morning.
All right. Let me see if I can boil this down to the lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case and this situation. But man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
Yes, sir.
Ask your question.
Ma'am, yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
Thank you, doctor. I'm done.
Redirect.
1 second, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
You should be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from this opinion.
Thank you.
Any other? Yeah, more witnesses.
I think we're a good stopping spot for today, Judge.
Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to give you these admonitions, even though you've heard them. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you.
You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of any of the
photographs of a Ford F-150 registered to the defendant in Fabio Santilli. Could it be marked as Exhibit 141?
Yes.
And I also have a photograph of Robert Baker's black Ford Expedition that be marked as People's 142.
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 141, were you provided with photographs, information including license plate, as you see here in Exhibit 141 that was being utilized?
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm.